Matt is first. You beat everyone. How are you doing, Matt? Hello, Cassandra. Don't forget the power bank has been uploaded, so you can print the power bank cap for the flashlight. Just remember to run a second wire along the length of the battery to plug in the USB module. Joel LED RGB. Oh, you're Big Bad Joe? Yeah. Yeah, so far I've had no problems. Um, the um, the fact that the two battery units don't communicate with each other, the only thing that affects um, is the number shown on the screen. Basically, once you use both sides, the number becomes worthless. But if you only use one side, then the number is accurate. But it does not affect the minimum voltage cutoff, and it does not affect the maximum voltage cutoff. So your under voltage and over voltage protection is still intact. So the nice thing is you charge it at 40 watts by plugging in two chargers. A lurker. Oh, I managed to get some more of the batteries. I found one for with the coupon and stuff. It was like $33 with tax for 4 batteries. I was able to grab 4 more batteries. They'll be here in a month. Yeah, I saw that little e-reader you got, Cyber Bob. How do you like it? Gary's on a flight. Lame. Lame excuse. I can see if it's still available. Yeah, hang on. Actually, I think I found a better one after I bought it. $32. But then shipping, I mean, taxes. Come on. How do you like it? It is nice. Yeah, I've seen that running the rounds on YouTube. She does that. She knows she's not. Come on, go away. Well, that's something you don't see too often. What does that mean? Weird. Just remember, when you use AliExpress or Temu, never ever use your credit card number. Use PayPal or Google Pay. You always want to use a tokenized payment processor. Okay. All right, here's the one that I nabbed. Now, do keep in mind, I think I did find one cheaper. I think, matter of fact, I think it's right there. If you're going to use the entire prepaid Visa for the single purchase, yes. But you can add that prepaid Visa to Google Pay or PayPal. See, here's the problem. I'm pretty sure these sites have some pretty piss poor security, and so people hack the sites and they slurp up they scrape up these credit card numbers. Oh, wait a minute, how much is this one? Yeah, here's a cheaper one. Here's one for $31. Hey, 24. There we go. Yeah, this one's $31. So that's like $7.50 a pop, which is really not bad. This one's a little bit cheaper. Oh, it won't let me post that one. Big. So here's the number. That's the item number. Although you might want to consider this one. Also, double check to make sure there's no. Is that free shipping? Yes, that's free shipping. Okay. This one, no. By the time you add shipping, you might as well buy 4. Like this one's $15 plus $6.50 shipping. That's like $23. So for $10 more, you get 4. But if you really don't want to get 4 and you want to save the $10, you can get this one. Eventually, on the BMSs are finally starting to appear for the sodium ion. Eventually, I want to build a sodium ion. I want to build something with these. Just because I think that would be fun. Because they're not too bad as far as price. You really need I think you really need 5 of them. The problem is they don't sell them in 5s. So that's 6. And there's 6 for 40. Well, yeah. There's a couple dollars more, you get 2 extra. And a big jump to 8. Hey, your sweet spot is 6. Because these go down to 2 volts. So at 2 volts, you'd still get 12 volts out of 6. Although with a 20C discharge rating, it would be interesting to try to build a tool battery out of these. The 6 at full charge would be 18 volts. So you really would want 7. Want a 7S configuration for your tool battery. But I really want to build a tool battery that uses either lithium iron phosphate or sodium ion, so that I can have a tool battery, a DeWalt battery that doesn't wear out after 4 or 5 years. Although tool batteries don't wear out that fast, simply because most of us who aren't contractors just don't burn through them that quickly. No, these are 10 amp hour. So they should be about half the size. plus you need a BMS. Now these here that I've been linking for you, those are the same size, 20 amp hour. These are the same batteries. These are the proper batteries. And then of course for the power bank end, you need this. Grab yourself a pair of these. Hell, grab 4 or 5 of them, and basically every device where I can, I'm going to add this to the cap, just because why not? Why not make it a power bank? And why not, even if you're going to have a separate circuit for the rest of it, this will also allow you to uh, um, yeah, charge it with 2 chargers. Now what's interesting is that this is capable of putting out 12 volts because it's a bidirectional USB-C PD. So I was thinking that I could put this in the end of the work light, and then literally plug the work light into the USB-C port. Get a right angle USB-C port, and you plug it in, and you get the 12 volts out. That would eliminate the need to buy a a boost converter. And then also, what's interesting is I want to try running this. I'll have to test it and see if it works. But I'm wondering if this will light up at 9 volts, because this will also put out 9 volts. So I could install 2 USB-C PD triggers, and then you just move the USB cable to either the 9 volt one or the 12 volt one, so that you can have a dim setting and a high setting, all with just using one of these. And then when you want to use it as a power bank, just unplug it and plug in the power bank. And then that will also allow you to have a proper meter, so that the battery meter will actually give you a proper output result, since you're drawing it through the USB port. It'd be a little janky having to, use the USB plug to do that, but it would work. I wonder. Right angle type C. Wonder if I could find a short little 3-inch right angle type C. One is this on both ends. Type C cable. Right now I'm finding adapters. Not that way, this way, but without this double end. Ew. Yeah, see, what I need is that, but with right angles. There it is. I need this with the right angle on both ends. That would be ideal. This cable here with the right angle on both ends. Because then I could recess everything. Hmm. Wonder if I could make that work. Oh no. I don't want that one. Well, actually, that might not be that bad an idea either, because I could put the 2 PD triggers right next to each other. That would make it very easy to swap back and forth. The problem is I need the right angle on this end too. I need that on both ends. But this has a straight plug on every one of them. That's annoying. Well, that one's got a right angle, but it's way too big and bulky. I need this. So it's got right angle on both ends. Actually, I need one of them to be like this, and the other one to be like this, because of the way the ports are set up. Yeah. So I need one to be this, and one to be this way, but USB-C. See, that's an A to a C. I need that right there, but both ends USB-C. They really not have any that are C on both ends? These are all A to C. Here's another one. Ooh, here we go. It's getting closer. All right, there's the double right. There it is. There it is. Okay, I found it. Expensive as hell. Jesus. But that right there is exactly what I need. One going that way, one going that way. I guess the question is, do I want to do that? Because that is awfully janky. You know, where you have to move a USB cable to do what you want. I'm going to add it to the cart just so I have it. Here's the double that way. And right angles. Okay, so it does exist. It's awfully expensive, though. Here's another one, but it's bulky. That one right there. Third one. Again, shipping. None of them are choice. Means they all have insidious shipping charges. That's a nice cable. Bulky, but nice. So you can get the one end I need or the other end I need, but not both. See? That's got the 90-degree. That's got the sideways, but not both. Plus, it's still awfully expensive. Let's limit by let's limit by choice. See what comes up. Oh, there we go. And there we go. Now, the only problem with that is, how long is that going to last before you break it? Hmm. Yeah, that's the problem, is how long is that going to last before you break it? Definitely going to save this, though, because that is a nice set of every possible connection type. So, right and straight, 90 degrees and straight, straight and straight, 90 degrees and straight again. Wonder why they did it twice. Then both 90, 90, 90, 90 straight, both right. Yeah, that's the full gambit. That's every possible configuration. Nice. That's janky though. I'm trying to figure out a way to do it with as few a number of components as possible. Although, hey SBC, I wonder if I could use the USB-A port and not fill the USB-C port. Because QC 3.0 will let you put out 12 volts, right? I think QC 3.0 will also allow you to put out 12 volts. That way, at least you're not going to occupy your USB-C port. You won't have to unplug it in order to plug in like your phone or to plug in a charger. Ouch, $43. Oof, expensive. Let's see if they have an adjustable PD trigger. See, the problem is this is adjustable, but if you put it to the wrong setting, you'll burn something up. And also, once I install this, you can't adjust it anymore. What would be nice is one with a button that you can switch between two different settings, just like 9 and 12, and that's it. Why is this such a complicated trigger module? I mean, that's an awful lot of crap for what this does. And that's a tiny little voltage trigger. Wow. Holy crap. Ah, these are fixed. See, this is probably something that would be nice to use. The problem is mounting this would be hard. See, these are fixed. So this one's 9 volts, 20 volts, 15 volts probably, and 12 volts. Huh. Those are tiny little boogers, aren't they? Well, anyway, let's get into making something. What I want to do is make a tower light that uses these. Okay. So it is 58 millimeters. So let's make it 60 millimeters. thick is this? It's what, 1 millimeter? 2 millimeters. 2. Length is whatever we want. I'd like to make it swivel. And I do have screw holes in the end, so I can secure it more firmly. What is the dimensions of the screw holes? Actually, I wonder if my order history will have dimensions. 12-volt, 4-volt cob. All right, it didn't pop right up. Hey, SPC. It is. Are there any dimensions? No, there isn't. Sometimes you get exact dimensions. This one does not. Okay, so we have to approximate it. Right in the middle. .47 millimeters. The holes are 4 millimeters. So that means I'll be using the M3s, most likely. Although M4s would work too. Okay. So you are going to be 4 by 4. And Control D. Move you this way. -47. That is our screw holes. I'm going to group them together. We take that. How far from the end? We're going to do more, but that's okay. It is 9 millimeters from the end. So we're going to go 12, -1, 2. Okay. That is our cut tool for installing on the group. Installing the, we did that 12, so I want this to be 24. That doesn't make any sense. That should be right in the middle. Okay. Oh, let's do 26 because of the 4 millimeters. Hey, Michelle. I don't know where Noel is, but Ender's chilling right here. He's a good boy. Noel is somewhere else. Okay, so now we have a cutting tool for slotting in the light. I also want to get rid of, okay. I also want to get rid of, stop it. That, this. Let's bring you this way. This end I want to keep a right angle. This end I want to curve. Go. We do this. So now we have this end curved a little bit. So why is it doing that? That should not be doing that. Probably get rid of it by doing this. Yes, I still got a weird glitch on the end, but that's okay. I can live. Okay. Center. Fine. So now I have my cut tool for the slot in the light. Now to make the head. How big is this? 60. How big is this? How much excess do I want? 5 millimeters on each end. 4 millimeters, 68. Something like that. Um, let's do that so it's even. Let's make this 10 millimeters. Then align evenly. Okay. Now, how big were these screws? Stop it. This might fit. Yeah, 12 millimeters. I thought it was. Let's see. Why did you do that? Why did you rebound? There. Also need to do a Control D down all the way into the box. Need to do a 5x5. Line, center, center, join. All right, then we take this, we undo that, this, undo that, this, Control D, line it with this one. Take you, line, here, okay. Okay. I gotta fix this. Keep forgetting I gotta do it in here. 68, 34, and 10. So 34, 60, no. 68, 34, 10. Okay. Take this and this. Align on you. Here, here, and here. Go. Now I can take this, add a radius. Okay. Soften up the curves. That's going to now require me to do this. And this. Okay. Now we take this, stretch it. this until it stops changing in size. Take this and this, chop. That gets us rounded corners without rounding all the other corners. Now we take this, do this. There we go. Now the screw will pass through this hole, but thread into the other hole. So you'll slot the light in and put 2 half-inch screws, hold it together. Okay. All right, now how do we mount that to the rest? I want to use 5 of these. Yes, we start off with this. Change the number of sides to 5. That's annoying. Oh, there it is, right there. Okay. So something like that. Now, how do I make it pivot? I want this to be able to fold down. But I want the pivoting mechanism to be 3D printed. The problem is making it pivot's easy. The hard part is how do I lock it in place? Oh, I think I know how to do it. I could have a threaded nut right in the middle and a second piece sitting on top of here so that when you rotate it a little bit, it sits inside of this footprint, but it'll have points that come out to here so that when you rotate it, you know, a quarter turn, it protrudes over top of this and stops it from pivoting back down again. That could work. And then I could use filament as the hinge. Yeah, that could work. Would be strong enough though. I think it would be. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. So I want it to be reasonably robust. But I also don't want it to be completely flat. I think I need these to angle up like this. but the light goes out, especially since these might flex a little bit. No, they don't flex. So right now the idea is these would be fitting in a slot, and that slot would do this. It would fold down for storage or fold out for use. And then you would have a device like this that would do this. So when it was like this could pivot like this. But if you pulled this out like this, now it can't pivot. At least that's the idea. But I would also prefer to be at an angle. Ah. Meaning I would prefer this to not be flat, but to be angled like this. Think. So making this pivot is easy, but how do I make it? How do I make it so that it locks in at a particular angle? I mean, I think I actually know how to do it, but I gotta think about it. How big is this? Okay, we're still well undersized. The first thing is I think I need to make this bigger. Need a little bit more room. Corners. Now let's take this, break you apart. I want to duplicate you, hide that. Get back. Put you down here, out of the way for now. Change color. Why is that purple? Oh, this dumb thing. Okay, so down and up. You're going to be a hole. You are going to be 1 millimeter larger. So 69. How far in does the slot go? I think I need to make that bigger. Let's see here. First, let's hide you. Control D. Let's go 5 millimeters. Okay. That gets me a little bit more depth. Drop. Okay. This is going to be just infill, so I'll have a place to send the wires. Although I think I should put a channel for the wires no matter what. Okay. Let's bundle group this. Drop. Okay. Now, how far in do I want this to go? 10? 12 millimeters? Seems about right. Which means this then needs to go in about, ooh, 4 more millimeters, 5 more millimeters. Yeah, let's do 5. That anymore? Or at least I can always add it really easily. Okay. Need a control ring. Ooh, how do I find the center of that? Because I don't think I can center that. Oh boy. Can I trick it? Like if I do that, if I center this, and I go back down to 5. That be the center. I'm not sure. Guess we're going to have to test it. This needs to be a bit bigger. Okay. Control D. Oh, 5 is what? 60? No. 72? I think it's 72. Nope, 72 is wrong. Might be 70. Yeah. No. It is 72. 360 divided by 72. Yeah, 5. So that means that's not the center. Yes, yeah, it moved. The center moved. Shit. So I got the center this way, but I don't have the center this way. Damn it. How do I find the center of the damn thing? What happens if I flip it? Is that a center? It says it's a center, which means it's not. Yeah, see, it's moving around. That should be at the same point right there. It's not. Okay. How do I do this? There's got to be a way to figure it out. Wait a minute. What if I this? Take you and you. Do that. That. Okay. If I do this, $72. Okay. Okay. Like this. Get rid of the extras. Okay. Now, this 5-sided shape is exactly the same position, center point as the circle. Here is my flat face. So if I take this and this, rotate it 90 degrees, we now have this flat face on that flat face. That means I should then be able to take how do I get a relative center? I need to put another circle. Need to align that circle with this. Here and here. This circle needs to be aligned with this and merged. I then need to take these two, align, fix you, you and you. No, that did not work. This is the flat face. Let's go back. This is a point. U and U, 180. Okay. All right. Now we take these two, align, fix U, put U here, which shifts you that way. I might need to make these skinnier for this to work properly. Then we split this again. Then we align this and this on this. Shifts us that way. Yeah, I think yeah, these need to be almost a point for this to work properly. Yeah, okay. I've got the right idea. I have an idea of what I need to do. Okay. Right. Let's delete you. Delete you. What we need is a triangle. This. Huh. Okay. You and you. Align on you. Center. You. Control D. $72 degrees. There we go. Also take a circle. Line on you. Center. Center. Okay. Then we take one of you and hide you. Get rid of the extra master rings. Bring back the master ring. Then we take these. Join. And add you. Join. Okay. Now, why does that look off? It's not. It's just the way it was rendering. Okay. Now we know this is centered in this, and this circle gives us a way of moving the center point. Okay. So now we need to take this and this. And rotate it this way. Okay, now the points are pointed at the point. Now I should be able to take these two and align them like that. Then split this and use this to align this on you. Okay. So we don't lose it. We're going to remerge this. Now this circle should be properly centered around this pentagram. Now I should be able to control D this. $72 degrees. And there we go. Now we have it correct. That was a pain in the butt. All right, once again, let's get rid of our garbage. Hide one, delete the excess, bring the one back. Now I can hide this and I can hide this. So we grab all this, we ungrab that, join this. There. Boy, that knows how to be a pain, doesn't it? Okay, now I need to put a notch in here. Or do I? I don't actually need to. I could just make sure the filament hinge is short enough to not be a problem. Okay. Let's bring this back up in here. That looks like enough space to rotate without being a problem. Okay. Now I need to do this. Need to rotate this. Oh, no, wait a minute. This is going to be 2 by 2. And we rotate it 45 degrees. Well, first of all, make it a whole lot longer. Rotate it 45 degrees. This. Center, you. Come on, where are you? There you are. There. Okay. That is our hinge point. Just to make this a little more manageable. Okay. Okay, so first things first, Control D, put it through this. Why didn't that work? Now that has a hole going through it. And that is the correct orientation. Okay. So I'm going to obviously print that standing up. Okay. Let's bring back the master ring. Grab you and you. Control D. 72. Okay. Hide 1. Beat the excess. Hide our centering tool. Actually, I'm just going to shove it all the way down here. So it's out of the way. Make it transparent so it's less visible. Okay. Uh-oh. That did not work correctly. See how this one's not right? Oh. Why didn't that work right? That's in the wrong spot. What the hell? Did I screw it up somehow? How? How did that not go right? It's inside the circumference of the circle. Oh man, what did I do now? I mean, I know how to fix it, but it's such a pain. Why has it got to be in? Can't move this. Is this still centered? Yes, that's still centered. Is this still centered? Yes. So what's the problem? This shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter at all. I do this. This should rotate cleanly. But it's not. This one's in the wrong spot. And that one's in the wrong spot. Why the hell isn't that working? God damn it. Doing wrong. Which means this is probably all wrong too. Yeah, see how this is not as deep? This is deeper than this one. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's get rid of that. What? Oh. Okay. I don't know why that didn't work. That should have worked. I'm doing something wrong with the math. I don't know what. All right, so first things first, take this and this. Join these two together. Okay. Control D. Put a work plane here. Drop. That is not what I asked you to do. Why are you disobeying me? I want you to take this. Yeah, that's joined together. Control D. Drop. There it is. Okay. So it's 16. Let's delete you. Oh, there's more than one. How many are there? Okay. Minus 16. Duplicate. 72. Now let's get rid of my garbage. Even though I know this is wrong. So take you, drop, and move it 16. Okay. You, drop, 16. Basically, I got the rotation right. Now I'm moving them relative to each face. But I think I also need to do a center. Drop. Example, I think I need to do this. Yep. Freeze you. Yeah, see, they're all off that way too. I got the depth right. Now I need to get the left-right shimmy right. Real pain in the butt. This one should be correct. Yeah, that one's right. Okay, now they're correct. All right. Now this one here needs to be duplicated and split. Delete you. I need to grab just the other one, just that one. Put a hole in this. Okay. Now we bring it back. Hide you. Hide you. Hide you. And we chop this. Now that's correct. Oh, what a pain. But how the hell do I get the center? because that clearly means this is not the center. I can see it's not the center. This point should go right to that point, and you can see these points are not lining up. Huh. I wonder if I can do this. If I do this, and I do that for every face. It should get closer and closer as I do it. It'll never be exact, but it should get closer and closer. See how it's moving less and less each time? Say it'll never be perfect, but it should get really, really close. See how it's hardly even moving now? You can hardly even tell it's moving. Okay. Now, take this, split it. Now I should be able to center it on this. Oh yeah. That's a big move. Yep. Now it's much closer. Yeah. I wonder why it didn't work the first way I did it. Should have. See how the points are now pointing at the points? I should have noticed that. I wonder why I didn't notice that. It's working now. Hi, baby. Okay. We now have a center. We have the hub. And we have our pivot points. Now the trick is, how do we form our angle? I think I know how to do it. It'll be a little fugly setting it up, but it should be possible. So we take this, excuse me. Now, put a center on here, not center, plane. But that's not what I wanted. Do that. That plane. Okay. Take this and this, line it on this, here and here. Now we can take this, make it bigger. Okay. we take this, remerge it with this. Now we can take this and rotate it. So what do I want? 22 degrees? Yeah, I think I do want 22 degrees. So first, do we have a collision? No, we do not. No collision. Second, are the holes still lined up? Yes, they are. Holes are still lined up. Okay. Right. Let's hide you. We are going to duplicate you. Hide one of you. Not what I want. Okay. Think about it, think about it, think about it. What I think I need, either AVEJST, do this. This. Let's flatten this. Let's align this on this. Okay. Need that to do that. I think that's too big. Is that enough? No, it's not. It's barely touching it. That's not going to work. Unless I add something. I need to add something to that. 8. So I need to add beef to this. All right, first things first, we need to chop off what is in here. So that means I need to take this and split it apart like that. I need to take these let's join them together. Control D. Bring you up like this. Join with this. You disobeyed me. Okay. Now we take all this again. Deselect this, this, and this. Rejoin that. not what I asked you to do. I was very explicit. Deselect this and this and this. There we go. Now, we need to rotate this, but I need the master ring again. Okay. I don't need you. Let's double check and make sure these are centered. Yes, they are. Take this and this. And I rotate it half of 72, which is 36. 6. Okay. Hide you. Now what I need to do is I need to add enough material to this so that it engages this. I think I know what I need to do. So let's take this. Okay. Now we take work plane here. Take this and this. Align on you. Center here on edge. Okay. Why won't you deselect? So this can come down to here and come down to here. Yes, that's fine. Except this needs to come in so we see that edge there. Bring you in. This should be a straight edge. Ew. Ew. Nasty. Okay. Wait a minute. Renew this and this. Line, you, center. Okay. Take this, Control D, turn it into a hole, and there should be enough wiggle room. They should be in the Dollar Express section. So just do a search in the Dollar Express for 24-volt cob, and they should pop up. That is this one here. LED 12 24-volt car interior. So if you do a search for that, that should pop up. They should be less than $3 a piece. Although many times they limit how many you can order, so you might have to order from a couple different sellers. Otherwise, take a picture of that and then do an image search on AliExpress, and that should pop right up. Just make sure it's the 108 beads, 9.5 by 2.5 inches. There's two of them. There's a short one and there's a long one. I'm getting the long one. because I'm going to run it off of full batteries. Can I find it under Dollar Express? Let me see if I can find it for you. Make it easier for you to find it. See, the problem is you can't search Dollar Express on the PC. There it is. See it pop right up. So just do a search for Blalion. Blalion. It's right there. $2.94. Here's another one. That middle one looks like the one I'm using. 99. Yeah, you should be able to get everything in the Dollar Express except for the also, if you're going to get those, get this too. DC 1224 LED switch 30 amp. All right, that is this thing right here. If you're going to build one of these power lights, you're going to want that. Should be about $3. Does this just pop on or? Oh. Oh yeah, it looks like it does just pop in there. I don't know how to get that to stay in there. Oh, just pops in. You're gonna want one of these if you're gonna build one of the area lights using these things here, because this will not only be your on-off switch, which it should be. It doesn't click, but it has an off position. But this will allow you to control the brightness. Really cheesy. Wow. Not built very well, but who cares? As long as it works. It's not like we're putting that much power through it. But basically, power in, power out to the LEDs. This would be at the bottom of the tower, and this will allow you to control the brightness. And if you don't need all 5 lights, the cool thing is each of these has a switch. So you can turn on as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you can control the brightness with this little module. So very versatile. Ooh, those are cute. Oh, hell yeah, I want those. Ah, come on, give me a break. What do I gotta delete? I don't want the black one. Be careful with solder here. Like this says 100 grams, but you don't actually get 100 grams. They include the weight of the spool, and the spool is very heavy. Bastards. It's like, really? You're gonna dick us over solder? I mean, how much is solder worth that you gotta dick over that? I finally grabbed one of these little Kodak Charmera. These are knockoffs, fakes of the fake. Well, they're not really fake, but you know what I mean. They're a knockoff. But I got the yellow one. I got it for $10. I was like, hell yeah. I was like, I'm not paying $30 for that. It's a cheap piece of shit scamera. But I'll pay $10. Anything else useful in here? Uh, don't forget your wire. If you're going to build a flashlight, make sure you get good 20 gauge silicone wire for the primary power and for going to the USB port for charging. Everything else can be any wire you want because we're not running any power. I'm going to make a little flashlight that's based off of this. It'll be a standard lithium-ion battery since this is not lithium iron phosphate compatible. But basically, you'll use the guts from this, and it'll be something a little more handheld and with a much bigger battery. Basically, it'll run on an 18650. And so you just buy this, print a couple parts, and bingo bango, who's your daddy? You got one. Oh, they are cheaper. Wow, you get these for $1.31 a piece. You understand? It includes USB port, buttons, cable, everything. And you just split them. There's some silicone wire. What the hell is that? That's kind of a nice switch. I have no use for it, but it's kind of a nice looking switch. Power bank board. There's a different version of the same thing. I wonder, is it exactly the same thing with just a different grill, or is it a different size? I have no idea. Boy, that's a tiny little board. Jeez. It says 800 lumens. It doesn't get anywhere near 800. That little battery can't handle that kind of load. It's still playing right now. Yeah, Dollar Express is pretty nice. How much are these? They are $1.12 a piece. If you buy 10. Yeah, I got a copyright notice for clicking on this because it had music. That little classical music song, and apparently it was copyrighted. Are you serious? Pathetic. Copyright is so out of control. I wish you could get these with the 512K pull down resistors built into them. Because this would be perfect for adding USB-C power to anything. And having it, because this is perfect for 3D printing, because you can easily design the little insert for this to plug into and screw into. And this would be so perfect. But without the 512K pull down resistors, these you can only plug them into a dumb USB port. Can't plug them into a USB-C port because the USB-C port's capable of multiple voltages. And so this USB-C, like for example, this here, if I plugged it into this port right here, it would do nothing because this doesn't put out any voltage. It doesn't put out any voltage until it communicates with the plug and says, "What do you need?" And so there's two 512K pull down resistors you'd have to connect to that would tell this, I'm a dumb USB 2 device, just give me 5 volts, and then it would do it. I wish they would make this kind of charging base with fixing plate that had those pull down resistors built in. Because there's no way in hell I'm soldering anything to that. Because it would be so, and it's so cheap. I mean, look at this, $1.79 for, or is it $3.79 for 20 of them? I mean, It's so cheap. So this is 22 cents a piece, while this is 38 half, 16 cents a piece. I just wish it had the pull down resistors built in, but I can clearly see they're not there. You can add them, but you know, I'm not doing that. Not me. I don't got the hands or the eyes for that. Ooh, that's a nice little unit. Nipper stripper. What's this? What's that? Boy, that's a nice little unit. I'd really like to find those little mini ones that the CR10 or the CR6 SE came with. It was the nippers that were little instead of the normal size. I mean, the best are these with the blue handles, the blue rubber handles. They're the best, but they also have a pair that's little, like half the size, and I can't find where to get them. I know they're probably available from somewhere for 50 cents a piece, but it's just a matter of finding them. I never actually did do a search. Mini flush cutters. So these are full size. There they are. And you can get them in red? I'll take anything besides black. Oh, hell yeah. There they are. The little itty bitty boys. Yep, add to cart. At some point, I'll grab some. Because they're just so handy. They're so compact. Yep, there they are. And I bet you can get them cheaper. There's some little yellow ones. That's under Dollar Express. Nice. Come on, I gotta delete something because I know I have too many. I'll get rid of the memory cards. I don't need them. What's the difference? Huh? Why? Oh, these have a longer. No, I want the shorter. Just flush cutters. Why are you making me sign in again? Why the heck would you do that? You didn't get them. There we go. Hell yeah. Have any other colors? That's a different style. I'd love to get them in orange. Here's the nice ones with the rubber handles. Just something I'd like to warn my viewers about is be very careful when using these tools and applying any kind of serious force. Like if you're trying to cut something you really shouldn't be cutting with these. I've had these break. One of the jaws snaps, the metal gives, and let me tell you, when this snaps, it's a fucking bullet. Like, this thing went ka-ching, and I heard it hit a wall with substantial force. Meaning, if that hits you in the eyeball, kiss your eye goodbye. When it went, it went. I was like, damn. At the minimum, if you're gonna, if you're gonna fuck around with a pair of them like that, wear eye protection. Hi, baby. Hi. Yeah, I heard your little squeak. Yeah. Michelle's probably not here, but if you are Michelle, here's Nosy. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yeah, he's such a good boy. I'm glad I decided to look for those. Ooh, those look like God hands. Those look like a pair of knockoff God hands. For half the price of God hands, too. But I want the orange one, asshole. Of course, the orange one's not available. Still, that I might have to try them one day. Let me find something to delete. I don't need you. I want to save that. See if they're as good as God hands are. All right, that's enough of that. Oh, don't bother with these; they're junk. Okay. All right. What I think I need to do is join this with this. Okay. Then we expand this way and this way. I'm going to do it this way because I want to bevel it a little. Okay. And I think that'll be enough to align it. Align here and center. Okay. Oh, no, wait a minute. First, I want to chop this. So, what I want to do is put the work plane here. Then I want to put you here. Okay. Come on, don't be a nudge. Do is do this. Then we do this. This. Just like that. Bring you over here like this. Hide you. Hmm. Yeah. up a bit, like that. Bring you in a bit, that. Yeah, I like that. I think I want this to be deeper. Okay, Control D. Bring you over here like this. Flip it. Just in case it's not right. But it should be symmetrical. Take you and you. Join. Center on you. That. Then join. Okay. That I like. I like it. Take this and this. Join those together. What are you doing? I don't know why that's got a line there. Okay. Okay. So now you pivot this up and then you rotate this pink piece, and this pink piece will engage this like locking clamp so that it'll hold this at that angle right there, that 22-degree angle. This way your lights will shine outwards from the center. Okay. Okay. Let's keep these visible so we can use them to manipulate this, but make them a little harder to see so they're not like in our face. There we go. Okay, this I don't need to be visible. So this like this. This. Actually, let's group them. Group. Group. Right. Now this, rotate like this. It's going to be 36. So that will sit like that, which will allow this to freely rotate. So this can rotate down like this for storage. And then you rotate it up into this position. Then you rotate this to engage it like that. And that will lock it in place. Okay. Then you just use a piece of filament for the hinge. Okay, this works. Now I got to figure out how to join it all together. This piece is easy. This piece is a little harder. So it all depends on, is this going to thread on top of something else? Then this will have a pin coming out of it, and there'll be a nut on the top. That top nut will tighten this. So you loosen it, rotate it, tighten it, that'll lock it in place. Okay. I do think I'm going to make this 7.5 millimeters. Let's do 7.6. This way I create a little bit of tolerance for the slot. Since that's a perfect fit right now, this is beveled here so that this will slide into it. It'll kind of self-align. Okay. I could take a big chunk out of this so that it's not so big. The only problem is we want the stiffness. So I think it's only 7 millimeters thick. I think I'd rather leave it, even though it's going to use up more plastic. I need this to be stiff. So I think I'm going to leave it as one solid piece. Okay. Now, I did have an idea. I wondered if I could use, those telescopic swords, those swords that you flick out. I'm wondering if I could use one of those to make the tower. Let's see if there's any that allow commercial use, even though I'm not really using this commercially. Why did you miss so much? Why can't I click this? Let's do a search for telescoping. All right, this one allows it. Okay. So this is 62 centimeters. I'm going to need it to be at least 3 meters. Oh, this one goes 36 inches, so I would only have to make it 300%. Huh. Hundred centimeters expanded. That's 1 meter, right? Yeah. 100 centimeters is 1 meter. I need 3 meters. And remix not allowed. Commercial use is allowed, but remix is not allowed. Really? So you can sell it, but you can't use it in your own project. Oh, this is a telescoping rod. Uh, that one's 900. Can't make it 3 times larger. I can get close though, especially if I build a tripod base. That might work. Wait a minute, is this like threaded somehow? Oh no, it's different number of segments. Okay. Extract all. Why did it ignore me? I hate when it ignores me. You just saw me drop it on there and it just pretended I didn't do it. Why the hell would you do that? What the hell? That's wrong. Oh no, no, no. That's the pommel. Now an easy solution is you chop the bottom off and you can print all these pieces individually. So I guess the question is, how big can I make this? I can make it 400 millimeters tall. Although I do have a printer that'll let me make it 500 millimeters tall. But most people aren't going to have that, but plenty of people will have a 334. Problem is, if you're doing this on like a bamboo printer, that's going to be a problem because you can only go to 250. What if I go to 250? Why won't it show me the percentage? It used to show the percentage here. Like you'd change this and it would show you this. It's really annoying. So we knock off a little bit of that and we can do it at 175%, which means 889 times 175% gets us 1.5 meters tall, which is not tall enough. Unless you built a pretty healthy tripod. Actually, your best bet is to buy a cheap camera tripod and mount this on top of it. But I want to do it all 3D printed just because I have a lot of 3D printers. But in reality, your best bet is to buy a cheap camera tripod and put a 1/4 20 thread on the bottom of this. Let's see. 1.5 meters. That's like 5 feet. It's not tall enough. It's got to be above your head. It's got to be twice that big. So I could easily go much, much higher. Let's see what happens when we get to 400. So if you use a CR10 size printer. So 270%. 889 times 2.7 is 2.4 meters tall. That is divided by 25.4. 94 divided by 12. That's 8 feet tall. That's just tall enough. In reality, you want it 10 feet tall. But if I make the tripod a separate part and I make the tripod 2 feet tall, that'll get me my 10 feet. So this will be almost 8 feet, tripod 2 feet. That'll get you your 10 feet. So I can use this. And that tolerance should be enough. The question is, how wibbly wobbly will this be at this height? Okay. So I need to separate connected parts. Yeah, shut up. So there's all the individual cylinders. This one's going to need to have a thread on the top to connect to the rest. And then this one is going to have to be printed without a bottom and then assembled later with a bottom so that you can print these individually. Although I might be able to get away with putting the thread on the bottom of that, a hole, and you can print this as one piece. Can I get away with that though? I don't know. Is that a cone in there? Either which way, this piece needs to be modified. Export binary. Segment. This is going to be segment 1. This is going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is going to be segment 7. Okay, so this will be segment 2. This will be 3. be 4. It's already saved as 4. 5. Oh, this is 5. And 6. Okay. Bye. Now, does somebody already have a tripod? Why do all the work to make a tripod if somebody already has one? There's a ready-made 100% 3D printable tripod. No, I need a proper tripod, not these mini tripods. No, no, no. That would make a good launch pad. Nope, I don't like any of these. That's cool. Ah, come on. I don't want these little mini things. That uses hardware. That head is, I can modify that to not require. This doesn't need a tilt, so we're not going to have a tilt. I'll have to make my own. I don't like any of these. Yeah, I don't like any of these. I think I'm going to make it like a PVC tripod where it just threads together with no articulation action. Like this, where it just pieces just push together, except mine will be threaded. Because I need it to be relatively rigid. You don't want this thing coming down on you. Yeah, I'll make my own. Okay. How do I want to do this? Tapping the sword will be easy. Let's go Tower Light. This is the head. Tower Light head. Let's go to a new design so we don't get too busy. Why did you do that? Why did you ignore the fact that I typed tower? Power light. Pole. Alrighty, we need segment 1. And we need segment 7. Come on. Okay. Okay. First things first. What's inside here? Okay, so, oh, there is a cone. That's how it's doing that. Okay. I could probably make that print a little easier by stretching this out a little more. All right, let's clean this up a bit. This here. I don't need all this fancy crap. I'm going to replace this with threads. That. I didn't get it all. Really? Oh, I hate when I do that. I miss it by a tiny little bit. That's so easy to do in Tinkercad. I might leave his little spiral on there because that'll actually add strength. I think I'm going to leave that. Okay, now take this. Yeah. Control D. Change color. Then join with this. Okay. Chopped off the bottom. Stretch this. Oh. Let's do this. But first I need to put another block on here. Not done there. Okay. Take these two, which is not going to work. This needs to be shorter. This one. So I can do that. Now I take this and this. line on you here. Take this, we stretch it up, and we join it with this. That did not work. This and this. Join. Now we make sure this is, I can go 2 higher. Stay under 400. Good enough. Now, there, that beefs up the top really good. So now this little triangle is going to print a lot better. This has a lot more beef in it because that's going to have a lot of stress. And theoretically, this doesn't break sword functionality. So I should still be able to put this all back together and print it as a single piece. Although you're still going to be better off printing this as multiple pieces. Because what I might do is I might just put a hole straight through this and have the top thread into a base, and that base close the sword up. This way you could print each of these as a separate piece. Now, of course, you could also just go to Amazon and buy a telescoping rod. 10-foot pole. So you could just do this, buy this 10-foot extension pole or something like this, any one of these kind of things, and then just attach it to a tripod. And this would probably be your best bet. This would probably be the correct move, is to buy a, well, here's a telescoping one. So you can either make one that you assemble, or you buy a telescoping one if you want to pay a little bit more money. And then you would just attach this to a regular, a wide base tripod. Yeah, that would be your best bet. Like $15, you can get this little threaded together one. And then we would just design the threads in my thing to match that. And it. But I want to print it just because I can. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably what I would do. So one of these. Probably one of these would be your best bet. They're pretty stiff. These 10-foot light poles, putting up lights. That's actually a pretty cheap one right there. The problem with these rods that you thread together is they could be a little wibbly wobbly, while these tend to be pretty stiff. Because you got to hang lights from them. Now, what is this? Oh, it comes with a different base. And this should be good for mounting to your tripod. Yeah. But yeah, so $18 for this plus a tripod. Especially if you can find if you find on the garbage like a surveyor tripod. I want to add that to the cart. I can't afford it, but I'm gonna add it. Let's see. Tripod. Hey, $15 right here. And what you do is you just ignore the head here. Matter of fact, you just take that head off, and this pole that sticks up, hopefully that'll go right inside the pole for the 10-foot pole. You just slap the two together. Although here's a wow, here's a complete. This'll work. This would be really nice. It's got a nice wide base, but it's expensive at $80. Although this is only 45, and it's 9 feet tall. That ain't bad. Anything taller? Taller's pushing it. That's 86, and it's only 25. There's 21 for, it's the same thing, 85. Wow. $120 is 10 feet. So this is what, 8 feet tall? It's a little on the short side. And it's a tiny bit on the short side. Let's see, can I just type in 120 inch? Well, that ain't bad. 9.2 foot tall, $30. Wow. I wasn't expecting to find something that cheap. I was expecting more like this, $60. Although this says 33. That's a nice beefy base too. Here's $40 for 118. Wow. You might be better off just buying a tripod. Because you're going to spend that much in plastic printing something. It's going to cost you 2 kilograms of plastic to print something that big. Hey, Jerry. You know, it might be better to just buy the tripod. I didn't know you can get them that cheap. Especially this one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. 118 inches, 10 feet, $40. That's hard to beat. I don't have the money right now, but I actually. And we could just literally thread it right into that because the head is not going to weigh very much. And it folds down pretty compact too, less than 3 feet. That's a nice wide tripod. Huh. I'm not going to have anywhere near 10 kilograms on there. Because remember, the battery's going to be down at the bottom. Shit. Okay. This is a hair shorter, 110 inches, 30. Oh, it's a used one. Okay. This one even comes with a bag. So I think that one looks stronger. Yeah, that one looks better. No, it's the same. I guess this is comparing to others. Looks like this one is that one. Aluminum. This is aluminum too. Huh. Because you have to use a lot of plastic or it's just going to wobble around. You try to make something that tall with 7 different segments. Yeah. Well, that one looks nice. All right, yeah. For 30 or 40 bucks, you're better off buying a tripod. Much better off. Let's see here. If you're going to do multiples, this is a 2-pack for 70. So that's only 35 a piece if you're going to do more than one. Oh, we might as well add these to the purchase page. I'll add this one too, since this used one's available cheap. So we're going to add this to Project Goodies. Project Goodies. Down as low as 56. Yeah, you can save 14 bucks if you buy it used. That would be 28 bucks a piece. Project Goodies. And this one. 9.84 feet. Project Goodies. If you go to my Amazon page, Amazon.com/store/Nerys, under Project Goodies, you'll find those. Let's see what I can find if I type in 10 foot as well. 0FT. So that seems to be a common size. It's like this here is super compact, but that's going to be wibbly wobbly. That's going to be very wibbly wobbly. Anything cheaper? It's the same thing. Now, of course, if you buy a more expensive one, you might get better quality. Volume is low. Might just be me being too far away from it. Can I add a filter? Filters. Let's add. I don't see a way of boosting more than I already am. Just bring it closer. Closer the microphone is to my face, the louder it'll be. Ooh, I kind of like the idea of stainless steel. And it's on sale. Wow, this one's almost gone. Oh no, it's only 14% clean. The opposite. I'll add that one too. Question is, how thick is it? You can get some pretty thin stainless steel. So there it is, Project Goodies. So there's 45 for a stainless steel one. Let's see here. Oh, 16 feet. want to pay $170. Wow. Oh, it's a tree stand. I was like, damn, that's got a chair on top. This one's got wheels. You can always add wheels. That's easy. Okay. All right. Do I still want to mess with this? Because damn it, that's a lot of plastic. How much plastic is it? Like, is it that bad? Downloads. We're working on building the let me show you. A tower light. This is a tower light. So, $500. Here's a Milwaukee. Here's a short one, an itty bitty head, which is not what we want to build. We want to build a big tower light. The big ones with the big heads cost thousands of dollars. But like here's a pair of them for $6,400, $4,000. These are not. These are more like tripod lights. They're not tall. They're like you to shine on a specific area. What I want to build is a tower light, meaning to light up an entire work area. And so it's usually about 10 feet tall. Lights that shine down, and they're very, very expensive. Job site lighting, I guess you'd call it. Light towers. Um, there's you can get them cheaper than $4,000. They're usually about 800 to 1,200 bucks. Let's see, DeWalt. Really? I know they have. See, not a work light that you put on a little tripod. We're talking about the ones that are 10 feet tall that light up an entire area, like an entire work site, a work site light. Not a little tripod light like this. Although you can see even these are really expensive. But the point is, I was thinking, we can make something a hell of a lot cheaper. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. See, this is a work area light. So this is just your standard, halogens on a pole. I'm talking about the ones that have a big tall tower up in the air, and then you have the big giant LED head, and it lights up. It lights up a couple hundred square feet. Yeah, see, 10 foot, 27,000 lumens. This is a work site light, not a work area light. Well, I'm just gonna build my own with stuff from Temu and AliExpress. That's why we got these. Right? These are stupid bright. So this here is just a ridiculously bright light. Hang on, I'll show you. The battery's too heavy. Let's see. If come on. Would you stop being a nudge? Oh, you're being a nudge. See? Big light. So 5 of these. We're gonna so we're gonna mount 5 of these on top of a 10-foot pole and create a gigantic area light. Well, very small, compact, but very bright. And so this basically, and this thing is just, this is stupidly expensive. There's no reason for this to be $4,000. I think this is the kind of thing that um it's such a niche component that they just don't make very many of them. Here's a smaller one for $2,200. Um, so I'm designing my own. It's like this. Let's hide that. Okay. So 5 of these. The light will fit right inside there, and screw it down. Okay. Your wires will go down and all connect to. Oh, you're not seeing what I'm showing you, are you? Nope. Go. So I designed this. Now, the way this works is that this will have the light sticking out of it, and this will fold down like this. Okay. Now, when you go to use the light, this will fold like this, up, so the lights angle outward, and then you rotate this. And that will lock into place here to keep these at the angle, like that. And then all those wires will run down to the bottom of your 10-foot pole, and they'll connect to this. And this is your on-off switch with your variable brightness, which will connect to your tool battery. So tool battery to this, 10-foot wires up to a head that has 5 of these on it. So we're gonna make our own $2,000 light for 25 bucks. Well, 60 bucks when you add the tripod, the 10-foot tripod. So you can get these for about $3 a piece, $2.50 to $3 on AliExpress. You see, I got 5 of them, and this is $3.99, $3.29, 3 or 4 bucks for this. And this will handle your on and off, as well as allow you to control the brightness. So when you don't need it to be stupidly bright, you can turn it down. Now the other cool thing is these are not LEDs; these are LED modules, which means you do not need any kind of drivers. It's built in. Okay, underneath this, epoxy potting here is whatever resistors and crap make this work. So you can just plug this into power. And also, it has a switch. So if you don't need all 5 of them on, you can turn on, before you extend your pole up, you turn on however many you think you're going to need. 1 of them, 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them, 5 of them. And then, although you probably best just to keep all 5 on and then just turn down the brightness. I don't know. Not much. The tool battery's not going to care, that's for sure. Put it this way, because this is going to be mounted like this, I'm not even going to bother with a heatsink. I don't think it needs it. Switch back to desktop. Let's go to here. Color Express. Come on. This. Probably a lot, especially if you attenuate the brightness for your need. Let's see here. 12 watt. So it looks like it's pulling 12 watts. So 5 of them will be pulling 60 watts. So if you hook a... Yeah, shut up. And you're probably not going to get 12 watts. You're probably going to get more like 10 watts out of it. But let's use the 12. Let's see, 5 times 20 volts. You got 100 watt hours. So all 5 at full brightness will run for just over an hour. You'll get a little over an hour of runtime on a 5 amp hour battery. That's probably part of why those tower lights cost so much. There's probably a pretty big battery in the bottom. But here's the cool thing. You can just take 3 or 4 of these and daisy chain them. They don't care. In fact, I plan to design mine with 2 of these in the bottom. So 2 sockets. And I got 2 of these 12 amp hour batteries. So that's let's assume that they're actually a 10 amp hour battery. That's 200 watt hours. That's 400 watt hours. Divided by 60. That's 7 hours on 2 12 amp hour batteries. That's more than enough time. That's a full work shift. Hey, DeWitt, look what we're making. I am designing using those big cobs that I found. These things here. I'm making a tool head to mount on a 10-foot tripod. Mount 5 of these. Provide an area work light. And this won't take a whole lot of plastic. Well, that's just cool, though. That's the cool part, though. You just find your tool thing here. You just buy these things right here, like $3 a piece. This is the wall. This is Works. Here's Milwaukee. Here's Makita. Here's whatever Devon is. Here's Ryobi. You buy whatever adapter you need. Here we go. Buy these right here. These little things that have the wire sticking out of them. You just buy these. You know, you buy 2 or 3 of them. However many, you can put 3 or 4 of them on the base of the tripod if you want. However many you want, and you can run you know, daisy chain 3 or 4 5 amp hour batteries if you need the runtime. But yeah, this is easy, man. Well, this is kind of cool. Well, would you look at that? I've been working on trying to make one of these, and I can just buy it. Whoa. What is a BL1830? What brand is that? That's Makita. Okay, that's what I thought. That's why I have to make one, because they make them from Makita. Basically, most of the Chinese tools are basically Makita adapters. So if you have Makita, this is great. But if you want, that's kind of cool though. I want this for DeWalt. Be able to jack 6 DeWalt batteries all together. Yeah. But yeah, you just buy those. Actually, just do a search for those, and then come to the Dollar Express section, and it'll show up in here. Now that I've done a search for that, it should show up in here. Oh, I didn't actually click on it though. So I need to click on it. So here's your adapters. Here you go. Got Milwaukee. Come on. There's your Milwaukee. There's your Bosch. There's your DeWalt. There's a black DeWalt. There's Makita. And you can get these for any tool battery. Just look for Power Wheels adapter. That'll help you too. Or DIY battery adapter. They make these for every tool battery available, and you can buy them on Amazon. You don't have to buy them on AliExpress. If you go to Amazon, they're there too. But if you're on AliExpress ordering the LED cobs, then you might as well get the better price. DIY battery. Yeah, they're only slightly more. Here's a 2-pack for $10. This one even has a switch and a fuse. Here's Milwaukee, DeWalt, Milwaukee 12 volt. Hello, Denmark. Here's one for Ryobi. Here's Makita. Ryobi. Walt. Yeah. Oh, on this one here, I thought I saw a multi one, but it wasn't DeWalt. It was yellow, but it was Makita. That's a double port charger. This is what you saw right here. It looks like it's. I thought it was DeWalt because it was yellow, but it's not. It's Makita. So what I'm going to do is just make my own using these. It's all right. Yeah, I thought that too. I was excited. I was like, $30? I'm using these. They are stupidly bright, and they are 12 24-volt modules, not LEDs. So they have all the circuitry inside to handle resistance and current and stuff like that. So all you have to do is plug it into raw power. And what we're going to do is I'm going to hook 5 of these up with one of these connected to one of these using one of these so that I can control the brightness with the knob. See, what I want is this is something else that I want to do is I want to make a tool battery backpack. Ooh. I think this is the same thing though. Yeah, BL, that's Makita. Okay. So the way these work is that you have multiple batteries, so 2, 4, or 6, and then that plugs in right here to one of these. So this extension would then go to your tool. So this would plug into your tool, and that would plug into this, which allows you to daisy chain, 2, 4, 6 batteries together for increased capacity. So what I would need to do is just buy a bunch of these and make my own. They do make this little thing here, that adapter there for different tool batteries. And also, it wouldn't be that hard to make your own. I can show it to you. Tool battery backpack. Let's see here. It's here somewhere. I gotta figure out how to find it. I don't see it. It's a backpack you wear, and then you mount these batteries inside of it, and then you don't have an extension cable coming out of it that goes to your tool. So leaf blower, edge cutter, sprayer. Instead of having to carry around multiple batteries, you just wear them on your back and plug it in, and you're good all day. When you want to switch tools, you literally just unplug from one tool and plug into another tool. It's very cool. Cool enough that I want to build one myself using DeWalt, just because I have like a dozen DeWalt batteries. I mean, I have 6 of these alone. I mean, I actually have 6 of this exact battery. I got 2 of these, and of course all the other batteries that I have. I probably have more than a dozen. I don't see it. Let me see if I do this. That's not what I wanted. Come on. I hit the backspace key. Why did you ignore the fact that I hit the backspace key? There it is. There it is. Ooh. That's a lot cheaper. Oh, that's just the extension. But even that's not that bad. No, relative to the other one. So here's Makita, DeWalt, Bosch. And so the way that works is, see how you have this little extension and it plugs into the battery? Well, that can also plug into this. Show you, here's pictures. See? You plug in 4 batteries. You either carry it or you wear it on your back. And those 4 batteries via, so here's the backpack. And then you have this piece here, and that plugs into the backpack, and then this plugs into your tool. Well, okay, $90 shipping, so it's still 200 bucks. I figure I could build this for a hell of a lot less than 200 bucks. Oh man. Yeah, see, I figure I could do this for a hell of a lot less than $200. I mean, basically, I just need this thing here, and which you can also build. Then, of course, we 3D print a backpack. Go buy a backpack frame and 3D print an enclosure to mount, 4 or 6 of these things inside of it, and then get yourself a good quality JanSport backpack used from a thrift store, and put a frame inside of it that you 3D print with these batteries, and have the cable come out and run to your tool. But I figure we could do that a hell of a lot cheaper than $200. Now we could actually find that part pretty easily by doing this. So what we do is we click on, one is, come on, just want the adapter. Don't want that one. It's too specific. There we go. Want this. So let's save this image. Going to desktop SE07. Then we just click on this image search, upload from PC. Desktop. Where the fuck's the picture? What did it save it as? Did it save it as some stupid fucking format? AVIF? What the fuck is an AVIF? Just have to use something special, don't you? Oh. Now what are you gonna do, asshole? Yeah, now what are you gonna do? What the hell's an AVIF? So we do an image search, and here we go. So here's a battery EU plug battery extension cord. So here we go, Makita Bosch DeWalt, $17. So we can buy this extension. There's Bosch, Makita, Milwaukee, DeWalt. So whatever tool battery you have, buy this extension. But they also make the other kind too, that uses the plug. Oh, it's still $30. Oh, but they also make the other kind. The kind that instead of having the battery on one end, it has the it looks like a C13 cord. This right here. That kind. Yeah, isolate a picture of that. I don't see a picture, but we can. This is available too, and it's a lot cheaper. I've got all this saved somewhere. You know, the parts I need to build my own. And if it is actually, we could actually use a C13 and just build our own, just using the adapters. Like right here, just buy a $5 battery shell and attach your wires to it. Bingo bango, who's your daddy? You're done. Just build this without the batteries, and now you have an adapter that will connect to even better is if you find like an old broken 1.5 2 amp hour battery with a really skinny one, find a dead one that you can't salvage, and just take it apart and use that. This way it's nice and compact. Oh, here we go. This will help me find it. There it is. That's what I want to find. So click on that. Click on search. Don't change. There we go. $22. That one says, how much is the adapter that cheap? $15. That adapter, because it's $339 plus $12.23 shipping, but that's just for Makita. Here we go. Here's that's a charger. Charger. That's another one there. You gotta hunt it down. You'll have to look for it, but it is available. Here's one for $7. That's with choice. These are the adapters. So you would mount, like for my DeWalt here, I would mount 4 of these inside of a backpack. Screw it down into a 3D printed frame, mount 4 of these, and then my 4 batteries would click into that. And here is the adapter, but we got to find the DeWalt one. There you go, $7.76 with shipping if you're Makita. The other ones have to be available. Let's see. Doesn't say what it is though. So that's That's always the trick with these sites, is figuring out what it's called so that you know what to look for. Now that's kind of cool. A 2-into-1 with a what do you call that? XT connector, an XT60. Cool. So now you can double up the power going to your power wheels. Arr, arr, arr. This is for Makita. That's a 2-into-1. That's like 2-into-1 right on the tool itself. So that plugs into the tool, and you put 2 batteries here. Again, that'd be pretty easy to make yourself. There's another one, $7, but that's Makita. What I really want is the big version of this that has 6 batteries on it, 1200 watts, and it also charges the batteries, but it's so expensive. Damn. Ooh, what's this? Same thing, BL. So that's the Kita. Oh, here's a 2-into-1 for DeWalt. No shit. $30. A little pricey, but not horrible. I'm definitely gonna save it. I want to come back to that. I've never seen one for DeWalt. Figured I'd have to build one myself. Let's see if it shows similar. Let's just see if it'll be more. Maybe I'll get lucky. It says DW. Here's one for $18. Here's one for $17. Nope, that's not the. That's an adapter. It's not a 2-into-1. Let's see, 18. These are all going to have shipping. That's Makita. BL, that's Makita. BL's Makita. Even still, that ain't bad. $18. $19. Let's delete the expensive one. Add this one. Come on. Added the cart. There we go. So that's available for $19. Nice. It's of limited use because it's going to make your tool really heavy. But still, it's interesting that you can get these kind of things. And now you can see these are starting to show up in here. So $379, but we already know we can get them for a bit less than that. Well, that's always the simple thing too, is you just do a search. Just find a clean picture, and here we go. $2.99. So you just click on your, oh, you want this side. Click on the picture and you just do a search. Why can't I click? It's being an asshole. $2.99. There's another one. There we go. That's what I want right there. There we go. That's a good picture. Let's do a search. And there we go. Now we sort by price. $3.91. Come on. I know we can get them for under $3. Guess we can't. You can usually get them for around $2.99. I have like a 4-pack of them here somewhere. But let's click on a few of them, because that will cause it to pop up in my search. Now when I go Dollar Express, that should show up. If you're on a phone or a tablet, you can just search. But on the PC, you can't search for some reason. There it is, $3.79. It's a little bit cheaper. There's $6.99 for a 2-pack. $2.99. There it is. I knew you can get them for $3. Here's a Type-C adapter. Although I think it's one way. I don't think you could charge with it. Power, but not charge. Yeah. So this is output, but you can't charge the battery with it. Well, that gives you a USB port and the Type-C port. But I'm pretty sure it's not bidirectional. Yeah, 5 volt 3 amps. It's not bidirectional. They do make bidirectional, but you're not going to get that for $4. Here's $3.79 with a fuse. Micro cutters. Yeah. But anyway, instead of spending $4 grand, I'm gonna build my own, and that's how I'm gonna do that. Okay, so if we're gonna mount this on top of a tripod, that means we need a 1/4-20 on the bottom. The biggest problem with the 1/4-20 is strength, which means that probably gonna want it to be pretty thick, so that tripod end will go inside the plastic part and then thread, so that it resists twisting like this. Because if you just have a flat piece with a 1/4-20 thread in it, it's just going to break. You're just going to snap that right out. So you're going to want a recessed hole inside there, so that the how do I show that? I don't have anything I can demonstrate that with. Well, I guess I can just use this. Basically, this is going to break really easy, but this has a lot of strength because you have all this material around it to keep it from bending. Now for that, I would probably have a threaded section here so that I can print this flat without making this super thick. That threaded section will include the recess hole for the corner choice. Oh man. Then, because I also need threads on top of here so that this can rotate. Let's go steal that from my other projects. Since I already have knobs and threads, there's no reason to duplicate this if I don't have to. This will work. Oh, the kitties are curled up. They're so cute. Come on. Come on. Go. This and this. So we just grab those. Copy. This. Come on. Come on. This. Okay, so this can just be printed as is. That's not the pass-through, is it? Let's make that a pass-through. Then we take this, start chopping it up. Now, ideally, I'd print this flat and thread it on both ends, but this is not a high load component, so I'm not worried about that. Probably get rid of all the cutting on that. Oh, why did that have two? That cannot be shrunk anymore. Okay. We are probably going to go something like that. Of course. Okay. All right. How big is this? 12 by 14. So we're going to want 15mm hole. Going through the center of this. line on you, here and here. Okay, we take you, join with you. That puts a hole in the middle of that. Then we take this, we align it with this. Okay. Line on you, here. Okay. Okay. Bring this up 0.1. Join with this. There we go. This should be tall enough to thread onto this. Yeah. Why didn't you work? Okay, that's why. This is 18. Bring this up to 18.4. And that is enough to fully cover that. So I don't have to modify that anymore. Let's make sure that actually does right. Yes, I still have a little bit of gap there, which means this will be able to squish this tight. There. That should work. See, how do I want to do this? Got the holes for that. I got the holes for that. This is ready to be threaded together. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to print this on this edge. Yeah, this is going to have to be printed this side down, because otherwise this is a direct overhang. Good thing I noticed that. So that'll have to be printed this edge facing down. I don't think I can get away with printing it. The optimal angle, the optimal way to print this is to print it at flat. The problem is there's no way I'm going to be able to print this flat. However, because this is being screwed together, I could print this in two pieces. But I don't think I need to. This is not going to be under a lot of stress. It's just not. I mean, it's only holding this. So I think I'm over concerned. I don't think I need to worry about that. Okay. Oh, there's a reason I don't want to print this curved like this. Oh, that's going to take a ridiculous amount of plastic. Yeah, that's going to take a lot of plastic. I don't want to do that. 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 I forgot about that. Yeah, that's big time no. That's a big time no. We don't want to do. The number of perimeters to create this smooth top is ridiculous. We definitely do not want to do that. Which means I'm going to shave off the entire top of this. I only need that part. Let's do 12.5. There. That's the only part that needs perimeters, is up to there. Let's go 0.2. Okay. How big is this? 7.54. Okay, take this and this. Then we create a star for the rest. Crap. Up the angle. I don't know what the angle is on this. Angle of the dangle. There goes, got it. I got it. So now I need to undo this. I need to undo this. Then I can do this. You told you to undo that. Hard of hearing? There we go. This. Yeah, that was going to produce a ridiculous amount of plastic. No. Let's do this. 7.55. Let's make it 30 by 30. Then let's center it on here. Okay. Okay, we take that. This. Join together. Why can't I join them? Why are you being an asshole? Okay, change color because I don't want it to be that color. All right, there's our mount for that. Actually, we can make that prettier. I don't mind a little bit of perimeters to make it look nice. Why won't you deselect? No. Let's do this. All right. Up one. This. I want a better bevel. Much better. Come on. Now we take this, this, this. Much better. Now I can bring this up. Good. What the hell is this? Why is that even there? Oh, because I need to punch a hole through this. Duh. Because this is part of this. Yeah. Duh. All right. All right, that will do that. We take this, this, and this, join them. Change color because I don't want it to be orange. Now this needs teeth. Because I want this to be strong. Okay. This piece here. Let's go this way. Let's make it 5 wide. Okay, we take this out to here. I like that. Ow. Let's go 4. Okay. That. And this line on you here. Okay. Select. Okay, duplicate. Select you. Why did you not work? Okay. Duplicate. Yeah. Why do you keep moving? $72. Okay. Good. It's good. That looks good. Okay. Okay. Going. We're going to make you 6.05 just to make sure they fully overlap. Take you. trim off the top, join with you. We're going to change color. Okay. Now this can freely rotate. These ribs will give it nice stiffness. This can all be infill, so no top layers, and no bottom layers. Now I need a way of attaching the bottom here. I think the easiest way to do that is just to screw a plate on there. Okay. Okay. Let's temporarily join this with this again so that I can do my little rotation thingy. That will rotate like that, locking the 5 of them into place. And then you tighten down this screw to lock it all into place. Okay. Liking it. Right, Control D, drop, invert. $20. Let's make this 20 so that they're all equal. So now I want to make this bigger. Say I want to make it 50 millimeters. Centered. Now I change this to 20. Oh, that's too big. I think it's too big. Sole purpose of this is to provide strain relief. All right, let's look at that tripod I want to get. I guess the question is, how tall is this? And how big is this? So this top one is 22 millimeters in diameter. How tall is it though? Like how tall is that little thing on top there? I don't know how big that is. I need to, though. I need to know how tall that silver section is right there. I mean, I can estimate it. Stop doing that. That's a 1/4 inch right there. So it's 2 inches tall, 50 millimeters. So I do need to make that 50 millimeters tall. Let's see, let's go to Thingiverse. Quarter 20. That is not what I typed. Although I think you got it. Figured out what I wanted. Quarter 20 sky, blah, 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 whatever. Is okay. Files. Let's download this. Okay. So this is going to have to be at least 50 millimeters. Whoa, that's big. That looks way bigger than it should be. I'm going to gamble on 40. Even that seems too big. Right. Control D. A hole. This is going to be 22.5 by 22.5. So this and this center, you, here and here. Come on, come on, come on, flip. There you go. There we go. That. This needs to be bigger, I think. by 80. Okay. Port. Quarter 20. Port. Let's hide this. Hide this. Hide this. Okay, I think I'm going to want to redo that file. File is taking a lot of processing power. Which means it's probably a busy file. It's only 1.5 megabytes. Okay, so let's first things first. Let's chop the file in half. You son of a bitch. How do I make it go down? Here. Down. I'm going to keep that one, not keep that one. Form cut. Okay. Now let's simplify. Go very high. Apply. We're going to run Windows algorithm on it. Then we're going to export. $289 kilobytes, much better. Let's delete that. Unnecessary complexity will just make my life more difficult as Tinkercad pukes on it. There we go. Let's do that. Whole line it on this part here. Line, view, here, here. Okay. Now we take this, align it with this, cut a hole in it. Okay. Oh, I wanted to make that. No, I think it's okay. But I think I want to make that a hair bigger. Six 4 by 6.4. I want to make it just a smidge bigger. Why are you doing this to me? I'm holding the shift key. Don't ignore me. I'll bite you. Okay, that takes care of that. Roll this back. Hide you again. Okay. So fucking big. Just don't think it needs to be that big. Let's chop it. All right. Control D. Two colors. Like you. Okay, Control D. Flip you this way. Hide you. Select the blue. This one. Join. Bring it back. Select you and you. That. Okay. Now we take this and we shrink the living hell out of it to something more like this. Stretch it back again. Oh crap, how the hell I need that? Forgot how big it was. 46.5. Looks like a little better. All right. This is probably way bigger than it needs to be. How thick is this thing? I guess let's do 14. Am I missing something here? Oh yeah, I'm missing something. Got crap sticking out. Oh. Yeah, I didn't get it all. Nope. There we go. By 80. Let's get rid of that. U 80 by 80. Oh. Let's see. I'm just trying to make it look nicer, and I'm trying to minimize the amount of plastic so we don't go too crazy how much plastic we need. Did it click or did it not do it? Oh, I hit the wrong button. What is that? What the hell is that? Join. What the hell's an empty stage? I have no idea why I did that. Oh, this got shifted somehow. How did it do that? Whatever. Oh, I deleted one part with the other part because it's fully overlapped it. It was warning me that I was completely erasing a part. Okay. Now I understand. I think I want to make this just a hair smaller. That is not what I wanted you to do. But it was still remembering the other command. Okay. My bad. There we go. Okay. Now what if I do this? I take away some of the bevel. Live with that. Why won't you join? You're a douchebag. Okay. Now we take this and this, join those three together. Now we have whole thing. Now take this. This is going to be a 5 by 5. That's going to go through this. Now we control D this. It's going to be a 12 by 12. Okay. It's good. You and you. Align on you. Here and here. Okay, you and you join. You. I do not want to change your shape. I want to drag you. It'll be approximately there. You. Line on you. About here. Not transparent. Looks good to me. All right, now I need another circle. That's going to be on you. This way. I'm going to go 4 by 4. Down a little bit. Guarantee we are through. I'm going to center you on you. What did I just do? Nothing. You. Line on you. Here and here. Okay. You're temporarily. No, we don't want to do that. Yeah, I guess we have to. Need these to be temporarily connected. Now this is still joined with this. Is it? No, it's not. Okay. We could take this and this. Control D. What is that? 120? There we go. Got 2 extra of these. Okay, they're gone now. Now we take these and we separate them. These 3 join and become part of this, which did not work for some reason. Become part of this. That. All right, there is the recessed pass-through holes for the screws. Now we take these. Join them together. These do not need to be all the way through. That gets joined with this. So now we have the 3 holes that those screws will screw into. Okay. So now this piece will screw into this piece, spreading the load. The 1/4-20 will screw into the white part, and the orange part will keep that part from tilting and breaking threads in the 1/4-20. And so you would modify this for whatever tripod you end up buying. You have to take some measurements and modify this to fit whatever tripod you decide to use. Okay. Crap, I think it's done. This is not the strongest aspect. I mean, that's relatively easy to break. However, it's not under load. All it's doing is holding this print piece here. I mean, that's all it's doing is holding that in place. So it's not a high load component, so I'm not worried about it. Okay. That's separate. That's separate. That's separate. And that's separate. I think it's done. Oh, now I do. Actually, if I have no top and bottom layers inside of here, I still think I need a place to put the screws. Not screws, the wires. I think the wires need a place to go. If I just jam that in there. All right, how do I want to do this? I think just an angled hole. I think it's that simple. All right, let's bring this back down flat. Okay. Let us separate this from its master ring. Let's take the master ring and put it over here, out of the way. Let's grab all this. Hide it. Now I just need to be careful not to move this. Is there any way I could print it like this? I don't think there is. I think if I attempt to print it like this bridging is just going to fail. Now, ideally would be to print this at a 45-degree angle. That would be fun. No, this won't print. A different color. It's a little better. Yeah. See, if I print this like that, that's a dead overhang. Okay. So I got to print it on this face. Okay. All right. Let's make this transparent. Guess I need to put something on this face. Okay. Let's do stick with square. Let's go 5 by 5 or 10 by 10. Let's do 10 by 10. Actually, 10 by 5. Okay. Let's do 45 degrees. Take this, and we join it. And you're not obeying me again. Okay. Align you. Grab you. Come on. Okay. Just gonna be a hole. Which I can't really see. Oh, that might work. I shrink that a little bit. Okay. Join that. Come on. Here we go. Now I have channel back there, the wire to feed through and come out down here. Still don't know how I'm actually going to wire all this though. Okay. Will that work? I'm wondering if the wires are long enough so I can go positive, positive, positive. You'll start here. Just go positive to this positive, to that positive, to that positive, to that positive. And then do the same thing for the black. Have them all come to one spot. End up at one spot. I mean, the right way to do this, if I had to, and I might do this later, maybe, because it only require replacing one part. Probably the right way to do it would be to have the wires come into a channel back here and go inside to like this point here, then have a socket plug, a little barrel jack. So you'd have an extension cord you'd make and little or even JST plug. Have it sticking out right there, you know, through this. It'd be part of this, but come out through this. And then you just plug in your 10-foot length of wire to the battery pack. But I think I'm going to do that later. Okay. And nothing requires support. That's very important to me. Okay. I would love to bevel the edges of this stuff a little bit, but that can come later. All right, let's do it. So we're going to call this TLH dash cap knob. Export. Export. STL. This is going to be socket. This is going to rotate this way. Export. This we're going to call cap. This we're going to call body. This we're going to call mount. Yeah, I'll just call it mount. Technically, it's not the mount. Why do you have to go one more? Why? Why do you have to glitch one more? And I very clearly stopped you there. Don't mess with me. Or I'm going to stick the Gibson mark on you. Mount. Once I validate that it works, I am going to work on making these wires internal if I can. Probably, instead of having them go internal, have them in channels. And then have this cover up all the channels. And then have a hole here, the JST plug that would be mounted there. Run your JST down the other end. Yeah, that's the right way to do it. Okay. I think that's it. I think that's enough to make a prototype. You guys see any problems? Anything I missed? Anything I should do, shouldn't do? This probably should have been flat instead of curved, but let's see how it goes. All right, let's validate the files in Prusa. Make sure nothing is inky. Lots of errors. Even if it doesn't detect any errors, I'm still going to run it. There's a quarter 20. There's the 3 for the socket base. All the holes for. Uh-oh. Oh, it's there. Thought it disappeared. It's hard to see. All the holes are there. Wow, 3,868 errors? Why the hell did that have so many errors? Jeez. Who knows? That was one of the simplest shapes. I wonder why it had so many errors. Huh. Weird. Okay. Let's see. I guess the first thing is to print sockets. Let's keep it at 0.94. Let's go 93. Let's do high res on this one. It'll help with the bridging. And yeah, let's do for 3 printers is enough. I keep overkilling. There's just no reason to do overkill that much. 20% should be fine. Grid. 240. No, let's do a CPE, so 80. Cooling, 25% should be okay. 30 and 6 should be okay. Now let's have top and bottom layers. Okay. That should be okay. 13 hours to print. I could probably speed it up once I get it going. So I'm like, this doesn't need to be printed at 30. This can be printed at 60. Tower, light, head. Next piece. Okay. This, we're going to do no top and bottom. We're going to do this at 0.25. It's a 0.3. There's nothing high detail in here. Sure as hell it doesn't need to be this slow. 10. Let's go a little bit more infill. Let's make it 4 perimeters. Fill 25%. Good. It's too floppy. I'll increase the infill. What does it cost to add some top layers? An extra 40 minutes. But it does look better. All right, let's add the top layers. Body. Probably the same thing, except I do want some bottom layers on this one. Well, I better go all in. This doesn't need as much infill. This is much more robust. How does that look? I am. See? That's a 1/4 20 thread right there. There's my channels for the filament hinges. Okay. Body. So here, actually, I can print the knob with this. There, and you. Oh. There. Okay. This one is going to be a simple 333.3 25. You, on the other hand, you could also be a 333. You're not going to be under that much load. There's no threading, so that's fine. Let's go with 20% since there's not that much infill there. All right, so we will print that, then print this. Yeah. Go. Up, dash, mount. Okay, hang on, I'll show you again in the Tinkercad. Now that I have it all sliced. Okay. Way this is gonna work. These 5 pieces will have filament hinges. So I'll shove a piece of PETG or something in there as the hinge. This will free spin. And the idea is this will be tilted up 22 degrees. Then this will rotate and these edges here will lock into this slot here. And then you snug down this bolt here to keep it from moving. Now, the bottom here. So the pole on the tripod that I'm going to get, which is this one, this diameter here is 22 millimeters. So this is 22.4 or 22.5 millimeters. I made this hole. This the tripod shaft will go up inside of this hole and thread into the body using the 1/4 20. So this will thread right on top of the tripod. The purpose of this piece here is for strain relief, basically. If you were to take this tripod post and screw it into this, it would not take much force for you to break it because it's only a 1/4 inch thread going into the plastic. You're just going to rip the plastic right out if you shear that sideways. It'll handle a lot of force this way, not this way. You know, not doing this. I forget this handle, okay? So what I did was I created a mount that has a sleeve that goes over that shaft. So it's still screwed in up here. It's screwed into the plastic up here, but now it has this sleeve so that I have some strain relief this way. So that if it gets torqued or pushed or bent or falls over or whatever, it's less likely to snap in pieces. So this will require no hardware except for the electrical hardware. It'll all just thread together plastic parts, and it will thread right into the 1/4 20 socket on top of the tripod. Oh man. That should do it in theory. Now there is things I could do to clean up. So for example, I'm probably gonna have a channel coming in from each of these, the wires, a channel in the plastic. And then I'm going to have a ring channel. It's probably going to come all the way to the center here. And then there's going to be a ring, a gap at the bottom here for the wires to sit in and solder them all together. And that will come to a hole like here, for example, and where you will mount a JST plug. Then you'll make yourself your 10 or 11 foot JST extension cord, and you just plug the 2 ends in, and you're good to go. A little bit of Velcro. Velcro strap to hold the wire against the pole so it doesn't flap in the wind, and you're good to go. But that's a lot of work to put the channels in, so I want to make sure this all works before I do that. Okay. As I think it's going to work. But the way it'll look like here is this. Give you an approximation. It'll look like that. That's what it's going to look like when it's all done. Except these will be angled up at 22 degrees. That's arbitrary. That's just one of the degree marks that Tinkercad built in. It splits by 22.5 degrees. But yeah, that's it. You will need some hardware. You're going to need 13 half-inch screws like this, truss head screws. Oh, you're not seeing anything I'm showing you. Here's what it's going to look like. So you'll need 2 of these for each socket to hold the lights in. And then you'll need 3 to mount this on the bottom. So you'll need 13 of these. Half-inch, number 8 modified truss head screws. 2 for each of these. 3 for the bottom here. This will be plastic, so it'll be a friction fit just to stop this from rotating when you don't want it to rotate. And that's it. Now, one tricky part will be, actually, it won't be that tricky. I was thinking you're going to have to cut the threads, or not the threads, the filament, so that it doesn't block this path, but that's okay if it blocks it. You just shove this one in, and then you shove this one in until it stops, and you shove this one in until it stops, shove this one in, and then shove this one in. You're fine. Yeah, it's fine. You might have to do one. You might have to, yeah. So if we shove this one in, block, 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 then no. Yeah. So this one here, you'll have to shorten it and push it in so that you can get this one in. So just one of them you'll have to do. You have to shorten it a little bit so you can get it in there. Otherwise, you're good to go. And this will all print without support. Even these holes will print properly without support. You notice they're not round. The holes are diamond shaped. And that's so that it starts off with a single line bridge and then prints at 45 degrees up and closed. If you remember from the toolbox I made, this works really freaking well. Like crazy good this works. Now, what I should do, well, it's not really a matter of should do. What I could do is I could cut a notch out here so that the 2 filament paths don't interfere. But that's more work than I want to do. Although there is a pretty easy way I could do that. Huh. There is a pretty easy way I could. Could just lop this corner off. Now, 72 would be 36.5, I think. Now, why did that not work? That should have worked. I mean, obviously it didn't, but that looks like it went 45 degrees, doesn't it? 72 would be 36.5. No, 35. No, just 36. It's too far. That Why is it going so far? I typed it. Oh, it is right. It's just the perspective is all screwed up. Oh, man. I could do this. So if I do this, I get that. And not only does that reduce the plastic usage, but that also clears the two channels. So you just shove the filament in here, shove the filament in here, and cut it flush. Yes, we're doing that because that is structurally irrelevant. That will make your life a lot easier. Control D. Should be close enough that this should work. Yep. That eliminates the overlap problem. All you gotta do is flush cut. Done. Yep, that fixes that problem. That completely fixes that problem. Okay. Let's redo body. Wait a minute. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, bring this back up just in case. Better safe than sorry. Okay. Body. Yeah, that completely erases that problem altogether. Yeah, perfect. Now you just shove it in, flush cut. Done. Done. Now the only problem is there's not as much of the filament path being gripped here, which means there's the possibility it could slide. But that's a minor issue and also pretty easy to fix. Little dab of glue, little dab of anything. Just ram something in there. Toothpick. Right, body. Hey, that fixes that. What I something again, I don't think I need to. I probably should put a little bit of a chamfer on this to beef up that base a little bit, but I think I need to. Because again, this is non-structural. All it's doing is holding the rotator cap that that guides the lights. So that's not under a lot of stress. Okay. Put all of you in there. We're good. Everything. Factory files, G codes, and STLs. I'm going to start printing this. I can't think of anything else I need to do. Hey, kitty cats. Oh, the good kitty cat. I just gotta find my little DeWalt battery adapter thingy-majiggy. Now, of course, the one thing to remember is that if you decide to use multiple batteries, you want to use the same size battery, and you want to make sure they're the same charge level. Because if you plug a dead battery in with a full battery, the full battery is going to try to charge the dead battery at a very, very high amperage. And probably not healthy for the battery, and probably not healthy for your wiring either. Because they're going to try to balance. To avoid that, you might want to put a diode in place so the two batteries don't try to charge each other. I don't know how necessary that is. Probably not necessary. But yeah, I'm probably going to set mine up for 2, so I can run 2 5-amp-hour batteries. Maybe even 3. Although I think 2 will be enough. Let's see, is there anything else? Theoretically, you could make this have its own battery if you want. Like if you don't have tool batteries, you could run it off of something like this. You know, like the battery that we use for this. So if you have no power tools, but you want a tower light, the easiest thing for you to do would be to buy a 12-volt battery. You can get a 12-volt lithium iron phosphate battery off Amazon for like 20 or 30 bucks. A little one, 8-amp-hour, 10-amp-hour, doesn't need to be much. But if you want to use something like this, you're going to need a boost converter to boost the 3 volts coming out of this to whatever the you run the lights at, 12 or 24 volts. And then of course you'll also need a way to charge this battery. And the advantage of a 12-volt battery is that you can just buy any 12-volt trickle charger. It'll work fine. Let's see what else. You could also theoretically, if you, I'm actually even thinking about making a smaller one of these that runs on, say, 2 of these. Because 2 of these would run off USB. So with a PD trigger, you plug it into a PD power bank and run it off 12 volts. So that's something to consider as well. There are many different ways to power it, but this one is going to be a big one. 5 of those with a tool battery as the power source. Just because I am pissed off at the idea that those things cost $2,000 and $3,000. There's just no reason for it to cost that much. That's ludicrous. You could build this entire thing, including a pre-manufactured 10-foot tripod, including buying 2 tool batteries and a charger for a fraction of the price, a 10th of the price, a 20th of the price that they're charging for that, a 50th of the price if you buy off-brand batteries and not, name brand batteries. So that's just insane to charge that much. Unless that has a stupidly large battery in it, there's no reason to charge that much. That's it. It's 4 o'clock. I'm going to start thinking about dinner. I'm going to get one of these prints going. Oh, I also got the AMOLED. Got the TPU in. Although I'm not going to use the TPU to finish this one. I'm hoping I have enough of the gold left to finish this. And because I think the gold would look nicer with the blue. But I got the I don't want to take it out of this yet, but you see it's transparent, multicolor. Oh yeah. That's gonna be pretty. That's gonna be very, very pretty. I'd really love to print a pair of shoes out of this. It's multicolored. That would look slick. But yeah. Now, if you wanted to make this thing durable, you could print this out of TPU. I mean, you could print this whole thing out of TPU. Um, that would be very durable, but your your Achilles heel is always going to be these. If this falls over, well, the first thing to hit the ground is these, and there's not much you can do about that. I entertained the idea of cutting pool noodles in half, having this slot part way through a pool noodle, with the bottom open, of course, and a bit on the end. So using a pool noodle as a shock absorber, so that if it fell over, the pool noodle would take the force. But not sure how effectively the pool noodle would shield this from this kind of an impact. Sure, but it's going to hit the ground like this, and so the pool noodle would have to be stiff enough to prevent this from doing that. Um, I'm not sure how well that would work. You'd probably be better off at that point creating a pool noodle halo, meaning a hoop that goes around all 5 lights. The only problem is then, that's a relatively large item. It might be enough just to have a piece of pool noodle that you would just slide right. You'd put a slot, you'd take a razor knife and put a slot in the end of the pool noodle and just shove the pool noodle onto the end of this. That might be sufficient. The problem is you have angular momentum to consider. If you were to drop this, sure, the pool noodle would work great. That little piece of pool noodle on the end would work fantastically. In fact, I might do the pool noodle thing on this no matter what. Or hell, I might just print a little TPU cap to put on the end of this. And the reason for that is because this is sharp. This is a piece of aluminum. And so if this comes down on top of somebody's head, that could easily go through their skull if it hits just right. So just adding a little TPU bumper on there would basically make it harmless. It would spread the force enough that it would be harmless. But you could also just take a pool noodle, put a slit in it, and shove it onto the end there. That would also make it a lot safer if this fell over. Well, safer for this hitting people, yes. Safer for this not breaking, I'm not so sure about that. Because if you're 10 feet up and this thing falls over, angular momentum, by the time that 10-foot length accelerates to the ground, it's probably going to hit the ground with a pretty good velocity. So the pool noodle might not be sufficient to stop this. The idea then would be if your head is light enough that it just never gains any real speed and it doesn't have a whole lot of inertia when it hits the ground, and that maybe this is springy enough, because you can bend this quite a bit and it doesn't break. So maybe this will be springy enough to go and just, bend like that. You just bend it back. This is very malleable. So it just depends. It just depends. I was just thinking I could have left this flat and just bend it up. But that's kind of sloppy. I don't like sloppy. That's it. I will see you guys next week. I'm going to start printing these parts. First thing I'm going to do is I'm probably going to print a single, instead of spending 10 hours printing all 5 sockets, I'm going to print a single socket and make sure it actually fits. Make sure it actually fits. It should. I should have enough tolerance, and then the screw will pinch it down. because the screws are going to go through those two holes there. So even if it's slightly loose, it ain't going nowhere. So that should, ooh. Oh, yeah, I screwed up. Oh boy, I screwed up. I forgot about this. That's thick. I made it thick enough for this, not thick enough for. Ooh, it's a good thing I noticed that. That would have sucked. Yeah, twice as thick. That's 4 millimeters. So that opening needs to be at least 4.5 millimeters for that to fit. 5 millimeters, because the wire also comes out the bottom, not off the end. So there needs to be a little bit. Now there is an opening in there, but it still has to squeeze through that opening before it gets to that space where it goes out the bottom. So yeah, I gotta increase the size of that hole by 5 millimeters. Up to 5. I gotta make it 5 millimeters. Right now it's 2 millimeters thick, or 2.5. So I need to double it to 5. Ooh. I forgot about that. Hmm. All right. I will see you guys later.